That's it? Dang.
A couple years now.
So anything you put your hands to, I mean, you really catch on real fast, pretty much, huh?
Yes, I really think there's magic in my right hand. Like there's something.
Yeah. That's so true. It's there. And then we got another one of Cameron.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite ones too.
Why?
Just because of who it is. It's just an iconic photo, I think.
Yeah, pink bird with the pink phone, flip phone too. I haven't seen a flip phone in like a whole long time.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one.
Yeah. Cricket phone. I had a cricket at one time. And now you got this one right here. Now, Barack, you got an afro on this one. You gave him a lot of hair on this one.
That was an old picture.
Yeah, he got a whole fro, and the edge up is nice though. Like, have you ever thought about being a barber by any chance? Like edging?
I feel like I could do it.
Yeah.
I should try it.
Yeah. I mean, anything with your hands, I'm sure that you can do. You see your auntie's hand in and out of this video? She is so proud of her niece. I tell you that.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I said, you see your auntie's hand? She is so proud of her niece. We going through your whole catalog.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, you are a phenomenal talent in what you do. So have you ever thought about taking it on a bigger scale, putting your work in museums?
No.
No?
I don't know why. I mean, I do it just because I love doing it. Like, most of the times when I do, like, illustrations or book covers, I say, what's your budget? And then we'll stick with that. Like, I don't do it for the money or the recognition, if that makes sense. So if it gets in there,
that's cool. And they hand you a check, then you ain't gonna be like, nah, you gonna take it, right?
I'll take it.
What's your plans in coming back to Tulsa and doing some work here? Like, I know, post-COVID.
Post-COVID. I really want to come back when I've made a name for myself. Like, I don't want to come back empty-handed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be able to do something.
Mm-hmm. Have built a rapport and have a network, and then you can come in Tulsa, and then you can really do some work, behind it. Yeah.
Because it's not going to help anyone if I come back just how it is right now.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, how can people follow you on social media, the platform, and things like that?
My Instagram is The Raw Designs. The is with 2 E's because somebody else has that username. But my website is also therawdesigns.com, and I have a Twitter that is The Raw Designs.
Ooh, I love it. Man, you are a phenomenal talent. Like, I'm blown away that you've only done this for 2 years, and I cannot believe it, man. And like anything that you are picking up, you're just acing it. Like, that's a good thing. So, currently, are you looking at with the climate of what's going on within the world today? Like, are you looking at doing anything with Black Lives Matter or like more pieces that speak to today's issues, or are you more at peace just creating from your heart? Like, what is it for you?
I really want to help out with Black Lives Matter issues. I used to talk about it a ton when I was in high school, especially, and I was in groups that talked about it because I went to a predominantly white high school. So
really?
We went, for example, we went to a conference called SDLC, Student Diversity Leadership Conference for kids of color who go to private schools. And let's see, John Lewis spoke there, Brittany Packnett, and a bunch of other amazing people. So I definitely want to keep being involved, but I feel like I just want to be in the background right now until I get it all together.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so proud of you, man, and I know your mom is, and your auntie sure is proud of you. I tell you that, boy. We are all so proud of you and the work that you're continuing to do, man. But keep trying new things. Like keep on keeping on, and get into the business side of things and understanding that, because I really see you as really making an impact in the world altogether, just with your hands and your art, man. And your art form is amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. One more time, tell us how we can follow up with you on social media and how we can purchase your paintings for sure.
Well, if you sign up for a newsletter or buy anything, there's also notes that you can put on the side to say, I want the drawing, but I also have prints on my website as well. So at the Raw Designs on every social media platform.
I love it.
And there's this shirt. Well, this shirt was an old one, but I can put it back on there if someone, wants it. It says I matter.
Oh, wow.
And I just have an Angela Davis t-shirt as well. And then the most of the shirts on my site right now are old school because I did a vintage collection. And so.
Yeah, dope. That's what's up. You are an activist, and when you said Angela Davis t-shirt, like, girl, you are on a whole nother level. I love that. I love it.
Thank you.
All right. So, again, man, thank you for joining us. And one thing that we want to do is, we got one live right here. We got an Angela Davis shirt right here.
Oh,
She made so much money in one night.
I heard you made so much money in one night. Tell us about the money that you made. And I'm gonna give you my cash app too. No, but go ahead and tell us how much money you made though.
to put a number?
Not a number, but you can just be like, I did very well.
It just had went viral on Twitter is what had happened. And so
She said, Mama, what type of story? Okay, go ahead. Cause I got Jackie doing the same thing over here, so like I understand.
yeah, the picture was going viral. Like somebody said, put it on a shirt, and then I commented on it, and they were like, well, I'm a black business who makes graphic tee, so I can put it on a shirt. And so that's what happened.
This shirt went viral?
Yes.
Wow. What is this? Like, where was she? Do you know?
She was speaking in front of bulletproof glass. I think it was Texas, maybe. It was at some rally and something. I think this was right after Martin Luther King had died, and she spoke in front of a bulletproof glass, and I just felt like that was just so bad. Like, I loved that.
That's good. Man.
Your perspective on life and activism is really good, and I know that the art that you create, people really
understand your vibe. They love your vibe and what you draw. So. I mean, t-shirts, purses, you do a little bit of everything. Tennis shoes, hands.
Yes, I'm doing a lot more apparel, and I'm going to drop something this month. So.
A clothing? Do you have a clothing line?
Yes, I'm starting it up. I have only one set of clothing on there right now, but I'm hoping to add at least 2 or 3 more by the end of the month.
Please tell me you're doing men's clothing. Please.
It's sort of unisex because the first clothing that I put on there, it was sort of like really girly, but that's not me.
Yeah.
So I'm changing it up a bit. So the clothes that I'm gonna put this month, I think you'll like them and you'll want to purchase.
Thank you, because us men, we need some type of apparel that speaks volumes to who we are. Yeah, because you see in Forever 21, we just got a little corner in Forever 21, and the women have the whole rest of the store.
Right. And all of that stuff, like I shop in the girls section, of course, but I'm more comfortable in like bag space.
Yeah, so you're not, and I love that because you're not afraid to say that you're a tomboy in a way. Sort of. Would you say?
Yeah, I'm like a feminine tomboy.
And that's a cool kind of vibe to have. Like you can throw on a t-shirt to go to the store real quick. You ain't got to put on pounds of makeup. So it's just like, it's cool, man. Yeah. I love that. Okay. Well, again, thank you so much for just being here and being a support to the Black Economic Expo. And one thing that I want to see if you can do for us is to share some words of wisdom or some words of love. Just from your heart, being an artist, I know you're going to kill it. So, what would you give? What would you say to people today?
I would say, if you don't do it, who will? Like, just short and simple. If you have a dream, try to stick to it because you only live one life. So why continue to do something that you're not passionate about, that you don't love? It makes no sense. Try to stick to
I'm gonna
it.
put that on Facebook before we get a million likes. I already know. I love that. That is amazing. All right, so let's give a hand for Rashida Williams.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you, Rashida. I just truly appreciate you for being here. We're gonna continue to move forward here. We have, I believe, Sade Banks. Sade, I love that song. I love that artist, Sade. And Sade, you gotta tell me if I'm saying it right here. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Sade. And bring your video on as well. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you this evening or morning or however?
Yeah. Hey, I'm breathing. It don't matter what time it is. I'm breathing. I'm alive. And I'm blessed. So.
I hear you. Amen.
Yeah.
So
can you give us
excuse me.
Can you give us some video as well?
We good.
You don't want to?
No, I definitely need to, but
Change your view.
I can see myself. You guys can't
There
see
we
me.
go. We see you now. I see you now. I see you now.
Okay.
There we go. All right. So welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, absolutely. So we're here to talk about and are you here to talk about women who excel?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Okay, so good. So women who excel, I'm already impressed with women in general. Women in life, y'all are amazing at what y'all do. We as men, we appreciate you as women and excelling, but how do you feel that women can go to that next level? How do they excel and go to that next level?
Sure. Some of the ways that women can excel. Well, first let me introduce myself. My name is Sade Banks, and I am the membership coordinator for Winning Women's Network, soon to be known as Women Who Excel. Right now we're going through a branch transition, and I am today's representative. Unfortunately, our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, was not able to come today due to ministerial duties, but she does send her warm thank you for inviting us to this amazing expo. So thank you so much. And some ways that women can excel is by now everything that we do is rooted in the Word of God. That's just what that is. And so one of the ways that we would say for women to excel is first to make sure that you secure and have a relationship with God, with Jesus Christ, and allowing him to do the work in you, walking side by side with him in your life. Just like Daniel was able to excel and be 10 times greater than his counterparts because of his relationship with Christ. So if we want to excel, we have to have a relationship with our Creator. The second thing is to make sure that you have a strong, supportive foundation and network.
Yes.
There are many influences out there. Culture would tell us what type of woman that we need to be. Culture would tell us that we need to be married before we're 30. Culture would tell us that, if we are driven, if we are motivated, then that's equated to having the qualities of a man, and that's attractive. Culture would tell us that if you are brilliant, to dim your light to make others around you comfortable. Culture would tell us not to go for the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so in order to excel, we have to rewrite those codes that have been instilled in us since childhood, those codes in our soul, those codes in our mind that bring us to being uncomfortable with being powerful, that makes us uncomfortable with excelling and going beyond our counterparts.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So rewriting your code. That's one thing that you said is rewriting your code. What is that? What does that look like?
Okay, so from childhood, we have your soul starts building up, picking up things, molding and shaping itself as soon as you come out of the womb. So some of us, we have issues of trauma, we have, good memories, bad memories, everything that happens in your life, it creates a coding system in your soul.
Yeah.
Your soul, our apostle, Dr. Paul Price, teaches us that your soul is basically your life's memory bank. So all of your heartaches, all of your joy, everything is written in your soul. And your soul is what is going to either be used as a faculty for your success or used as a faculty for your hindrance in life. Okay? And so by the way that we deal with issues, things that we're taught, things that we learn, things that we picked up, things that have worked for us, that is our soul that is in operation. It's designed to give you what you want. And so if you are used to checking out and that was rewarded by pity or sympathy, you were able to get out of things, then your soul has taken up that code and say, okay, every time I come against a barrier or an obstacle, I'm going to check out because it's rewarded me in the past. And so that is one thing that we do with Winning Women's is to help you rewrite those codes that are in your soul that are setting you up for failure and stopping you from excelling in this earth.
Absolutely. And so how do you feel that your organization, the organism, is making an impact? Like, are women changing? Are they becoming more successful teaming up with your organization?
Absolutely. We have our founder, Dr. Tyler Price. She's actually what we call a destiny specialist. So she has she has amazing prophetic insight. That's what she does as our minister. That's the office that she walks in, is a prophet. But not only does she mentor us and lead us and guide us from the mind of Christ, but she also is able to speak into our destinies, help to lead us and steer us. And we don't just have Dr. Tyler Price. We have a team of well-seasoned ministers and women who have not only excelled in ministry, but who have also excelled in other areas of life. We have bankers, we have entrepreneurs, we have people that succeeded as stay-at-home mothers. We want to cover every aspect of your life and help you to excel in every aspect of your life. So what we do is every single month we have a challenge. We just finished up a challenge called Enduring to the End, where we focused on strength training physically. We all went out to the field, us and a few of the members and other members of the community, and we worked out. And boy, was it a workout.
Really?
Okay, we have emotional training. We go through different exercises, workshops. We do this every month, and we invite our community members to come out and embrace what we're doing as a community. And yes, women are changing. We're getting stronger. I've seen changes in my own self, so it's bearing great fruit in our community.
So, I do 100% believe that it's important that women succeed, but do you guys have an outlet for men? Because women y'all winning in life, and we kind of struggling, getting together as far as coming together as one and being the head of the household and being the support for women. Not saying that we not a team, but there are a lot of men that struggle with a lot of things. So how do you incorporate men into your organization and what supports?
Well, I mean, it's women focused. We focus on women issues, but we also do teach. Of course, we remain biblical. We do not teach our women to usurp the man's authority in the household. Okay, we do not teach that. But we are mostly focusing on women because historically, we were just able to vote how long ago? It's not been that long ago. Women are still underpaid in the marketplace. We still have these stigmas over us. I just did some research and found out that only women typically ask for $35,000 less for SBA loans. Why is that, right?
Wow.
And so from a business perspective, from a family perspective, even in the church, sometimes, only role that they have, depending on your denomination, for women is to be a missionary. But what about if you're called to be an apostle or a prophet or to be a pastor, right? And so women historically, we've gotten the short end of the stick on being able to arise in our divine destinies and calling. So that's why we focus on women.
That makes sense. It does. It makes sense. How young are you guys looking to support women? Like, what's the age?
Okay. Sure. Well, we have multiple divisions in Winning Women. So we cover all ages. We have our youngest division, which is Winning Girls, which is the age of 8 to teenager, right before you cross over into adulthood. And we have events for young girls, for teenagers, teaching them how to win from an early age, a young age. Then we have our mid-sector, which is Winning Women's, which deals with women over 18, between 18 to 45, right?
Yeah.
And then we have Full Circle, which is the older woman from 50 on up, right? So we cover all age ranges and Winning Women. We're trying to build winners in all ages.
So I hear an accent a little bit in your voice. Where are you from?
I'm from Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I hear that like, yo, what's up, son? Like I hear a little bit of that. Okay, I love that because y'all. I love women from the East Coast because y'all are more aggressive in some. Not saying other women aren't in other areas, but just from New York, y'all are progressive, and I appreciate that. So, what is the climate like in Buffalo, like for women? Is it a challenge there?
Well, I mean, wherever you go, you take you with you.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the on the principles that you're operating on. I mean, if you are, aggressive, if you're driven, if you're motivated, if you have certain levels of education, because unfortunately, Buffalo is like the third or fourth poorest city in the nation.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very poverty stricken. And so for women, I mean, if you have that education, that drive, that motivation, your relationship with your creator, with Christ, then there shouldn't be any barriers that you come up against that you cannot break through.
Right.
That's for anywhere that you go. Again, it starts with your soul. You can only succeed to the amount of success that's coded in your soul.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. So, what's the legacy for you guys in your organization? What's the legacy part to where you're gonna continue to support those next generations? What does that look like for you guys?
Sure, like anything, we want to build. Our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, who wants to build an organization that surpasses her. She wants to create a whole institution. If you think about the different banks, if you think about businesses that have been around for decades, like Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, those people, when they built their organization, they already had the mindset that this is going to surpass my life, right? And so we want to start everything off with a solid foundation to ensure that this is going to surpass all founding members' lives. So we do consider that and keep that in mind. Right now, we're mostly local, but we are ramping up our marketing and things of that nature to be able to go more national and, God willing, global in the time that we're supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. What are the challenges that you guys have? I mean, with the organization, is it reaching out to women? What's the challenges for your organization in this time?
One of the challenges is it's mostly, I mean, sometimes when people, they are already in their own paradigm. They already have what their mother told them what is womanhood. They have what their husbands have told them what is womanhood. Everybody has defined womanhood for us except for the word of God. Everybody has defined it for us except for ourselves, right? And so some of those challenges are when we have women who come in, they already have these ideas, these mindsets, and just, I wouldn't say it's a challenge, it's a ministry, it's a joy to be able to minister to them, coach them, consult with them. We have monthly workshops where Dr. Tyler Price sits down with us and really covers some hard-hitting subjects and topics, right? Yeah. And so one of the biggest challenges for especially for myself, is being open to changing, being open to being converted, to being okay with winning and excelling.
Yeah, and that's the thing where people do have a challenge with. When it's right in front of you, some people may not walk into that opportunity until days later because of fear, years later because of fear. And, fear can hold them back. Let's talk a little bit about fear and faith. How have you overcome your personal fears being a part of this network? Like, let's get in depth. Let's be transparent. How have you overcome your fears?
Okay, like I said, I was in Buffalo, me personally. I was in Buffalo, New York. I had a great 10-year I had a 10-year career in banking. I worked for some of the most premier and elite banks in the world. I was an analyst and an operations specialist for 10 years, right? And so when I got the call to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma, I had to give up my cushy job. That paid quite well.
Wow.
I said, Jesus, are you sure? You called me to Tulsa.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing good here. You blessed me in this land. I don't know about nobody else, right? But I had to leave a house. I was a
Paula with a P or T? Tyler.
Paula.
Okay, Paula. Okay, good.
Yes, she was my mentor. Yes.
Yeah, your New York accent is just giving away. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she was my mentor, and like I said, that is her gift. That is one of her anointings, is to be able to help lead and guide people into their divine destiny and calling. So I had a whole lot of fear. I had a whole lot of anxiety. But I can't give anybody the glory for getting me from Buffalo to Tulsa, but God. I mean, she was a vessel. She helped me, but I stayed in constant prayer, constant talking with the Lord, and understanding that I don't have a spirit of fear, but I have a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And whatever God is calling me from is something better on the opposite end. I had to stand in faith.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, when you thought about Tulsa, like you were thinking like horses, cows, chickens, and stuff like that here in town, like that you were gonna have to give up. You were gonna have to ride a horse to work or something like that. What was your thought process about Tulsa?
Oh,
dang. Okay.
well, I was looking for something fresh. I was looking for something new. But my idea of Tulsa was it's a little slow here.
Okay.
And I'm still adjusting, but overall, it's the atmosphere here is a lot calmer than back home. Yeah. So I did enjoy that. I enjoyed that the city was cleaner than back home.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. I enjoyed that the people were a lot more friendlier than back home. So I can't say that I was over the hill excited about moving to Tulsa, but I was comfortable with the idea because I saw some things that I did like and appreciate.
Good, man. Man, we definitely got to make a trip. I got to make a trip to Buffalo, New York, just to see what that life is like, man. And I just want to go to a bodega or just something just New Yorkish. You know what I mean?
Well, we're 7 hours from New York City, so it's not as fast and not as popular as New York City, but it still has those New York actions.
Well, how far away is Buffalo from New York City?
Like 7 hours.
Oh, like that's a whole nother state. Dang.
Right.
Okay, I see what you mean now. Okay. Upstate, is it? You said upstate. So So making that transition, being here in Tulsa, and how many years have you been here?
Well, I actually just moved here in last September. So
are you serious? That's soon?
Yeah.
Wow. So you came just before COVID, was really starting to really jump off.
Yes, thank God.
Yeah.
New York State is still kind of shut down right now a little bit.
Yeah. We can at least go outside on the front porch and kick it. You know what I mean? So
right.
I love that. So with COVID, hitting and we having to adjust as far as women in business having to adjust. How has it been for your organization with adjusting with COVID?
Well, with the adjustments of COVID, Winning Women's is actually a part of a greater organization under Dr. Paula Price, and we just, despite whatever reports we're getting, despite whatever news and everything we're getting, we still stand as a collective unit, as a stronghold, and we are in prayer, we're in intercession, not only for our church members, but for our city, for our nation, and we're just not believing the reports of the enemy. We're saying, no, nobody in this organization, we're not getting COVID. You know what I'm saying? So we're just standing fervent in prayer, being watchful, of course, being safe. Yeah. We're not being out here reckless.
Yeah.
But we have come together very well as a collective unit and have bonded even the more so during these trying times.
Yeah, absolutely. And women, regardless, I think they're in this situation, but women always thrive no matter what's thrown at you guys. You always tend to just take it and make it something beautiful. So I appreciate that about the women and the network and how you guys work. And even looking at how Jackie has done what she's done here with the Black Economic Expo is just phenomenal, And so you guys working together with women and supporting women, are you guys looking to making this a nationwide type of organization?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We have a free you can actually join for free. You can join our Facebook group, yes. And in order to join our Facebook group, you can go to B for boy, I, T for Thomas, /joinwwnetwork. So yes, so you go to that link and you can join our Facebook group, and you will have immediate access to all of our trainings, our posts, our sessions. Now we do have a higher level membership, which includes one-on-one coaching with one of our experts, also more exclusive content. And in order to join the Winner's Circle for $19.99 a month, a very small investment for the richness of content that you get, the transformative content that you get, you can go to www.winningwomensnetwork.com. And so yes, we actually have a member in Canada. So not
wow.
Yeah, we have a Canadian member. Yes.
Wow. And I love Dr. Paula Price's ministry because I was listening to it the other day, but I love that they have like if you want to find your gift or what you're really great at, like you have an assessment on the website. And I was like, I've never heard of that. Like I need an assessment in my life because you operate on what you believe God has told you to do. And you just kind of bounce around, and you really, of course, consulting with God, but then like consulting with yourself and just getting that confirmation of you are in the right space and you're supposed to be doing what you're doing. But to have a structured organization to help you and to walk with you and to do life to help you to get to that position is amazing. So you guys are ahead of the curve. How do you feel about being ahead of the curve and really doing life with people?
It's amazing. Now, sure, it does come with its challenges, but and especially when you're in ministry, you go through a lot more than people who don't actively engage in ministry go through. But it's always to make you stronger, to build in you an apothecary where you are able to carry others, is to strengthen you. So it's an honor and a privilege to be able to walk side by side and see people grow and see people develop and see them getting stronger every day, every month. It's a blessing and an honor, and we really enjoy and love what we do. We're passionate about it.
Yeah. All right. So one thing that we do with all of our guests, we definitely always ask this, that because I know that you're someone who really cares and you're someone who really wants to make an impact into this world. What is it that you would leave with people today and give them words of wisdom, something from your heart today?
Sure. One thing that I want to leave with you all is, first and foremost, go ahead and join the Winning Women's Network. It is free.
Join.
It is free. Come get this great transformative information that is setting you up to excel by the word and power of God. Okay? That's first and foremost. The second thing is that we also offer this to all ages. So for your little girls, for yourself, and for grandma and them. Come on.
Bring it on, grandmama.
All ages are welcome, okay? But one of the things I want to tell the people that are on here is that before you even came to this earth, God, when He designed you, He already put inside of you the gifts, the talents that you need. It is time for us, not only as Black people, but as Christians, to be able to really tap into those gifts and those talents and create our own economy. And don't be afraid to do so. I mean, now, if this COVID thing has taught us anything, it's taught you cannot put your trust in man. You can't put your trust in your job and corporate America. They will turn on you.
Yes.
So you need to be able to harness those gifts. I don't care if you know how to cut a lawn well. That's a landscaping business.
Yes.
It's time for us to build our own economies to ensure the sustainability of our families, to build a legacy and distribute wealth throughout the kingdom of God.
Oh, I believe it 100%. I believe it 100%. And so, how would you say that the ministry is, because I see Dr. Paula Price's ministry, but it's mainly women. Like, you rarely see any dudes there. Like, are there guys? Because I've never been to the church, but I plan on, visiting. But, how are you guys pouring into men? That's what I want to know.
Yes, we have men there. We actually have, Dr. Price has a super successful male apostle that is underneath her covering. So we do have opportunities to minister to men. We are not let me get this clear. We are not a women's ministry.
Yeah.
It just so happened that women get into the call more and come and move to Tulsa to be under Dr. Price because you know some men had an ego. You guys are culture by culture too.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be under no woman.
Yeah.
Where's this? You know. So, but we do have very strong male leadership that sits underneath Dr. Price and is covered by her. So men are not left out. Her ministry, her mantle is so potent and so powerful. It hits that man and that woman too, the child and the baby. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not limited just to women.
Yeah. I love that. And with the move and what you're doing and making the impact, I know people look for more of the ministry to be in the streets, but y'all's ministry is definitely different because it's not the same old let's just give people food, let's just give people payday light bills and stuff like that. But now y'all are really trying to impact their whole being. You know, talk a little bit about that. You know.
Yes. Well, first and foremost, our Dr. Price's ministry, of which Dr. Tyler Price is the chief prophet, meaning that she trains the prophets. Okay. That whole ministry, the mandate on that ministry, Dr. Price is not a pastor. That's not the office that she walks in, although she does it. But her chief office is that of an apostle. And so the way that we see the ministry, the way God has deemed it, is to be an embassy. So if you don't know what an embassy is, please go ahead and look it up. Our mission and our mandate on this ministry is to create men and women of God who can give God a voice, an influence, a vote, and access, and a seat at the decision-making tables of the world. So the ministry is not for you to just come to sit in a pew and not expect to be trained and not expect to get your soul worked on, not expect to get healing so you can be shipped out and do the will of God on your life. That's not what this ministry is. We operate like an embassy by spirit and by nature. Natural.
That's deep. I've never heard of that. Like you operate as an embassy. Like that's something that you take into a higher echelon, or even in the spiritual realm, is something that is you wouldn't even think that you could touch the embassy. You know what I mean? But to be a host or a place where you say that you're an embassy for people, that changes your mindset, and actually it brings a mindset of royalty, and it shifts your mindset. You know, so. I love that about what you guys are doing. How are you guys helping people on a daily basis? Like, is it just through empowerment through business, or are you guys feeding people? Like, what more are you guys doing there?
Well, Women Who Excel is a part of that ministry. Now, for women who excel, we really do. We have a very strong. We operate for career, finances, nutrition, and business. Okay, so I'm like the business expert. Dr. Tyler Price, our founder, she has been in business over 20-something years. We have a fitness expert who has books on Amazon, who has contributed to Huffington Post. So for Winning Women, it's a lifestyle network. So we don't just encompass business, but we encompass helping you to excel in every area of your life.
Yeah. And I think that's a key thing to helping women excel in every area of life, because you really don't think about that. Some people just only think about the job. Like, I just want to get my coins and I can live my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's deeper than that. But if you don't have the spiritual capacity, but the mental capacity as well, then you're gonna be challenged. Even money can't save you, because there are so many people that are so miserable but very wealthy. You know?
Right.
So how do you balance that out for people to have the wealth, but then also have a wealth mindset? Like, what is that like?
Well, one of the teachings that we always go by is is that money is a spirit. Oftentimes we are focused on the tangible currency, the paper money that we can hold in our hands. So we teach even from winning girls, from our little girls to winning women to full circle. We always teach that money is a spirit. So your economy is within you. Your wealth is in you. Your ability to build legacy it is in you. And this here is the book. It's written by Dr. Paula Price. Okay, and it goes over how you can overcome the barriers and the obstacles that often get in our way, the traps that are set up to keep us out of our natural resources and our wealthy place.
Yeah. What are those things that keep you out?
Well, one of the things, the scripture says you prosper as your soul prospers.
Yeah.
So if you are a procrastinator, if you don't like to go and get it, if you think somebody you can sit on the couch and you just gonna get $1 million, placed right at your pillow, you can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, right? The other thing is we always support having a mentor, linking up with somebody that has been where you're trying to go, because that's going to save you a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of tears, and a lot of frustration, right?
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, it definitely will. And who are your mentors? Like, who are the people in your life?
Sure, well, definitely my apostle, Dr. Paula Price. She has been a tremendous influence in my life, changed my whole world. And then Dr. Tyler Price, who is my one-on-one mentor. Those are my biggest contributors of mentorship. I also have an intercessor that's been with me for about 2 years, praying and getting me through. So I have a lot of support, and plus Winning Women's. I have women that are a part of Winning Women's where we pray together, we meet together, we do things together, we talk, and it's just great to have that collaborative and that group and that support that the network offers.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, man. And I think that it is important that you do take the time to have a mentor in everything in your life. Like, I have a mentor for finance, I have a mentor for media. Like, I and the scripture says there, and I'm trying to quote it right. Lord knows I'm trying to stay in the word, but in the multitudes of wisdom, there is freedom or success. Say it again. Counselors, yes, in the multitude of counsel. I cannot. There's safety. There you go. Thank you. And so I see that within having counsel, not only just talking about therapy, but also talking about business. Like, there's so many things that you can have a counselor for everything in your life. And I think that's where people really miss out, is having that counsel, having people talk to them. If you want to be a chef, get a mentor. If you want to do this, be a mentor. Get a mentor, and I see those mentors as counsel in a way. So how do you find, what regimen, what makes a person worthy enough to be on your list to say, hey, they can counsel me? Like, what is that for you?
Well, first of all, I'm very specific because I have had mentors that were not in alignment with my faith, and I'm a firm believer. Now, I'm not saying because I am a businesswoman, you don't have to be a Christian for me to do business with you. I think kingdom. I don't just think church.
Yeah.
But in order for a person to really be pouring into my life, we need to be walking the same faith. Okay? Because I don't need you giving me the doctrines of of some religion, right? I don't need that. I don't want that resonating or operating in my soul or in my spirit. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, you have to have been where I'm trying to go, where I have been destined to go. Some things are just universal. If you say, if you're my mentor and I trust you and you say, okay, that is hot, that's going to burn you,
right,
I don't need to go over there and find out for myself.
No.
I'm good. Yeah. I trust what you got to say, so that's what I'm saying, being of like faith and have excelled and have gone where I'm trying to go. I need to be behind you. The student cannot be greater than the master.
Yeah, I totally 100% agree with that, man, and that really makes an impact in somebody's life by having the mentorship in your life altogether. So, are you familiar with North Tulsa at all? Like, have you ever been out in that area?
No.
Okay, so we gotta get you north of Admiral out here to check out what's going on in not just the hood. It's not just only just the hood, but I'm just saying, like, out here in North Tulsa, for you to be able to gain an understanding of what people go through on a daily basis. And so the challenge for most people that are in position and leadership is to understand what the community is going through, understand the data and the stats of what's going on. And so, how are you, as an organization, able to effectively support people and understand people? Like, what processes do you go through to get a better understanding of their lifestyle and what's going on?
Yes. Well, one of the things is I'm from the hood. Like, okay. I'm from the poorest section in Buffalo, New York. Okay. So, but not everybody that's a part of Winning Women's has endured those types of poverty hardships. Yeah. I mean, we have women that come from all walks of life. Mm-hmm. And so we have somebody that's able to mentor, able to guide, and be a great example no matter what type of life that you have come from. Yeah. We have it all. We have about 566 members on our Facebook group, and our community is about 50 women. Wow. So we're very diverse.
Very diverse. Is it only black women?
No.
Who all is it?
We have some. Okay, my producer is trying to tell me something.
All right.
And I also need to mention that. Yeah, I apologize. You know, the producer, they gonna make sure you're right.
Yeah, I was like, did I ask the wrong question?
No, they gonna make sure that the brand is represented well. Gotcha. So I actually just was informed that we do have people in North Tulsa that are representing Winning Women's. I'm not familiar with the area, but we do have people working in that.
Yeah, and I was just talking about specifically you because I wanted to know because as a representative yourself, like, have you been in North Tulsa? Like, have you been out here? So now I know where we got to take you to Sweet Lisa's. We got to take you to Waffle That. You know, different eating places out here so that you can understand what that Oklahoma life is like for us. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah, for sure. So you got to check out some of the restaurants out here. So make sure you come on out here, all right?
Mm-hmm. you know, and I really do because where I'm at, the food is. So I'm
no salt, no seasoning, huh? No.
I'm not in BC, so I need to.
Yeah.
I haven't had collard greens.
Yeah, we know how to season up our food down here.
Right, catfish. So I'm in the North Tulsa very soon to visit and definitely check out the culture. I want to see Black Wall Street. So there's things I want to do. I've just been so caught up in my adjustment. Yeah. You know, being a full-time entrepreneur. Sometimes you're so focused you don't smell the stuff.
No, and I understand. Not blaming you at all, but I'm just saying fish daddies just don't have the seasoning that, you know, that Big Daddies got. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I can believe that.
But I just expanding the horizons of where you are. But I know you guys are touching every area where God, you know, wants you to be and making an impact. I know North Tulsa is definitely a place where, you know, the organization is making an impact. And I know that for sure. And so, you know, with women and, you know, supporting women, it really hurts my heart. Like, when I drive around and I see, you know, women that are homeless, of course men as well too, but women that are homeless, and I know it's a different dynamic for women that are out there because you got a whole bunch that you got to protect and take care of and you're thinking of, you know what I'm saying? And so, has there been any stories? Do you, let me just ask this, do you know of any stories of women that have come from homelessness and now thriving in their life? And
well, I mean, I can't, because, you know, private conversations with people, I say yes. I cannot disclose too much information, but I do know that we are building out a fourth division called Women Who Serve, who will be going out and helping to go to the homeless shelters and do things with the children and the women that are going to overcome those circumstances.
Yeah. Because I know that women, you know, they come from different backgrounds. Now sex trafficking is a big thing, you know, to where, you know, a lot of women have experienced that, you know, and coming from that and retraining your mindset and your soul from all of that whole process to now, you know, to now coming to actually, you know, thrive in the community, build, grow your kids in the community, and it's just so crazy out here. Uh, but how are you working? How are you guys working to thwart and work against like a lot of the disparities that women struggle with? Like, what is that on a day-to-day basis for you guys?
Well, for us, like I said, we are women who excel. We are also, a ministry. Like I said, we have women from all different walks of life.
Yeah, yeah.
So who have been at the lowest of the low and at the top of the top.
Mm-hmm.
So we are at, we do have the ministers set in place to be able to minister to the needs of God's people, of women. And like I said, we're also going to be branching out soon, called Women Who Serve, who will be going to those places where people, I hate to use the word destitute for a lack of better, for women who are facing situations temporarily, we say temporarily, facing situations of destitution, so we do have that in the works. It is on the plan to be able to feed in our community in those ways as well.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, to get personal, what are some of the gifts that you actually have and that you have discovered the gifts in your life?
Okay, well, some of the gifts is I'm a great communicator. I'm a teacher. I have my own online business show called the Miss Bankable Show. I'm a business coach. I have an online academy that equips Christian entrepreneurs to start, build, and grow bankable businesses.
Wow.
So I have a whole array of gifts and talents, and I'm making sure that's one of the things that we learn and women to excel is to ensure that you are maximizing those gifts and those talents and not only getting the economy for yourself, but to be able to serve others.
And she was like, well, let me run down my list real quick. I'm doing this, I love that. Yeah, you got credit. I respect that. And let's talk. Okay, so success comes along with discipline, right? And so even in your diet, on your daily diet and what you eat on a continual basis, like they say, your your intake of the foods that you eat, produce that mindset at the same time. Because I do know some people that are very talented, but they have an underlying issue of maybe schizophrenia or like they are OCD. Like I know plenty of people that are OCD in some cases, and it's good to have the money and all the accolades and things like that, but your mental wealth is very important as well. So how do you guys help approach people's mental wealth?
Okay, as far as mental wealth, I mean, we always suggest that you seek. I mean, if you're dealing with schizophrenia, I mean that you definitely need to be making sure that you get the professional help that you need from licensed counselors, getting the medication and things that you need. Now, of course, we don't turn anyone away if they are suffering through something like that, but but we do have a compassion and a heart for those who are that is a part of a ministry. So, there is tools set in place through the ministry, the actual ministry, to be able to combat and go through those, walk through that healing and that processing with people who are suffering to that degree. Now, for women, we're mostly focused on, we do have mental health, but not to the extreme of like schizophrenia. Like that's a whole nother obstacle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we do focus on mental health, and wellness and nutrition. Yes, we do have sections that deal with that.
I love that. So how often do you guys meet as an organization?
Well, we have events every single month. Actually, this month, on the 29th, we're having hot coffee and hot topics.
Ooh, okay.
So it's going to be a Q&A session at a local coffee place where we can just come out and have those open conversations, Q&A with with Dr. Tyler Price and other members of Winning Women.
I love that, man. So you do have a space where people can gather on a continual basis. Even during COVID, you're able to connect and, we still do life with people through virtually, right? Or you said in person. You mean in the coffee shop? Okay, cool. What coffee shop
We
y'all?
also do virtually because remember we have members that aren't just in the state of Tulsa.
That's
We also
true.
have a Canadian member.
Yeah.
So we do virtually and we do in person. Like the hot coffee and hot topics, that's going to take place again. At Price University at 5801 East 41st Street on the 9th floor.
On the 9th. Okay, so y'all are in the actual building, like an actual facility.
Well, that's a place that we utilize.
Okay.
When we have events. Sometimes it's out locally or it's at Price University.
I love it. So once again, share with us how we can find you and search you online.
Sure. You can visit our website. It's winningonemans.network.com to get more information about the network, about our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, about the coaching, the things that we offer.
Mm-hmm.
You can also just go ahead and join the group. It is, again, I'll get the website. It is B for boy, I, T for Thomas, .ly/join WW Network.
Love it. So you guys are continually making an impact with women, but not only just women. You guys are making an impact with men, youth, young girls, young boys, and are here to stay and here to do life with people and to really help sharpen them and iron sharpen the iron as they walk along with you to help them in life. And women, not only just in America, but in Canada, and I'm sure there are more women that are going to join just globally.
Absolutely.
You know, that want to be a part of this. And so, I'm so appreciative of the work that you and Dr. Paula Price are doing with this organization for women. You are making an impact, and I love how it's not just a surface thing. It's really getting down to the meat and supporting women in their challenges in life. So I just kudos to you guys for doing such great work.
Thank you, and definitely thank you, Dr. Tyler Price, for all that you do. That's the founder of Women Who Excel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
You are a great representative. So please, if I sell something, I'm coming to you first because you represent so well your organization. So I know Dr. Paula Price would be so excited and ecstatic that you represent it so well. So thank you again so much. So let's give a hand for our guest, everybody.
Thank you all. God bless you.
God bless you. All right. So we have another guest that will be joining us very soon. Sade Banks right there. She is just such a great woman, and
What did she do? I don't know really.
She's great.
She was Sade Banks. That was Sade Banks.
Yes, and we have Naida Simmons.
She's just listening.
Naida Simmons. Okay,
But she's with her.
Naida, are you just listening, or are you let's talk to Naida too, because I want to get your perspective too, Naida. Is that how you pronounce your name? Because we still got time. Naida, I see you there. Come on, hop on in.
He probably wasn't coming on.
Oh, okay, you're not coming. Okay, that's fine, Naida. You don't have to come on. All right. But I do thank you for everybody joining us here with the Black Economic Expo 2020. It is our 4 years that we have been going strong. Hey, once again, make sure you go on to our YouTube and subscribe, comment on the page. We want to change the algorithms to be all about Black Economic Expo. And also, thank you to all of those that are on social media, on Instagram. You've been watching the side of my face for a whole hour now. So thank you guys. I appreciate you watching my profile. And also our guest that has been here on the station. We're going to take a quick water break. And we'll be right back here to join and share and talk more about the Black Economic Expo. And this show is just phenomenal, man. So keep it locked right here. We'll be right back, all right? I gotta get my charger for my phone for my music. Oh yes. Ooh. All right. We should go to the car and get my charger. Yeah. Alright guys, so we're gonna take a quick break. In the meantime, enjoy some of this phenomenal music that we have for you here. We're gonna have our tutorial, makeup tutorial happening at 3 o'clock, so another 10 minutes, so wait around for 10 minutes.
Actually, 3:30.
At 3:30, we're gonna have our tutorial, and we got more music on the way for you right here. So enjoy, just stick around. Alright?
How much one of them cost?
One of those? Bobby bought that. I'm not sure. I have to look.
Oh,
What you got now, man?
what do they call?
Block Rocker.
Well, I'm black.
Yep. To Ion.
They sell them at Sam's. They sell them at Sam's.
How much?
Maybe 179, 129.
Yeah, it's very affordable.
Live.
Ain't got a battery on it too.
Oklahoma State sorority house reports 23 positive cases. Sorority? Here, they send these kids back to school and 23 positive.
Yeah.
Already the school started, huh? School just started this week.
In the
I know.
first
I
week.
figured out.
welcome back to the Black Economic Expo 2020. We are here with the legend in the game, man, Miss Trisha. I've known her pretty much my whole life, and she is a jewel. She's so sweet, man, patient, and just a sweet soul. And I'm so glad to sit here with her to talk about Black Wall Street. First, welcome.
Thank you.
What's your role with the Black Economic Expo?
Just an employee.
Just an employee.
Started off as a volunteer,
Yes.
and somehow I got kind of hooked into this. But it's such a wonderful adventure, and I'm just so impressed with Jackie's entrepreneurship. So I thought, wow. If I had only known her like years ago, no, if I were younger, she was older, yeah, we would have torn this town up.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, and why we deserve to hear the history of Oklahoma through you. Like, tell us about your history.
Well, first of all, I was born and raised here in Tulsa. And except for the 4 years in college, I've always lived here in Tulsa. I really wanted to stay in Dallas, but my parents said no.
Really?
Yeah.
So you know? Why?
Well, they wouldn't support me anymore.
Oh, yeah. That parent financial support is always...
That's right. They said if you find a job and you want to stay in Dallas, fine. We're not paying any more rent.
Okay, well, I'll just stay right here in Tulsa then.
I'll just come back to Tulsa and, you know. So I've been here for all that time. And, you know, being here, I kind of began to really like it here. It's laid back. It's such a wonderful place to raise a family. So I kind of like staying here.
So, being in Tulsa, where are some places that you love to travel outside of Tulsa, like places to go?
Wow.
Dallas, for sure. I know that.
Well, while I was in college, I traveled a lot.
Really?
Because I was a member of the concert choir. And each year we would kind of rotate to the East Coast and the West Coast. So it gave me an opportunity to see a lot of areas that I never would have been exposed to. But
Instagram, no.
once my son was in high school, then he was a singer also. And we had the opportunity to travel to Europe. And I loved Switzerland. Fell in love with Switzerland. So if I could ever get back to Switzerland, that's where I want to be.
Wow.
I mean, Paris
I had
was
it muted when
nice.
we was on the break.
He had it muted.
I didn't like Italy, but you
You
know,
didn't like it? Why? Why didn't you like it?
can't tell you that.
Okay,
story.
all right.
Yeah.
But that's not your cup of tea. That's not your favorite
No,
place to
it's
be.
not.
Yeah. I
And
understand.
London was okay.
Yeah.
But
But Switzerland is like the top of the list for you.
the Alps and all of that, the snow and the
Yeah.
peak of the mountains, that was wonderful.
All right, so let's come back to Oklahoma a little bit. So, the history of Oklahoma and Black Wall Street, what is it that you remember about Oklahoma? Black Wall Street in particular?
Well, basically, when I was in school, period, here, they did not teach us about the race riot. We knew absolutely nothing. My family, my extended family, of course, you know, I'm a farmer. So my uncle had a cleaners down on Greenwood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then one of my aunts was a beautician, and she was kind of somewhere off of Greenwood, but it was down off in some kind of little, it was like a cul-de-sac. So quite often my dad would take us down there, and I was, you know, afforded the opportunity to see what was going on, all of the businesses that were there, and it was just something that I thought was normal. Yeah. So now, of course, this was after, you know, the race riot, but it was, and then I had family on my mother's side who lived up off of Greenwood and Independence. They lived up on the hill.
Wow.
And so I would get to go down there a lot. And then my church was off of Greenwood.
Oh, wow.
So,
You lived on Greenwood.
well, not
literally.
really, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Got an opportunity to see Greenwood when it was kind of like coming back at its peak. Yeah, and we just, it was a wonderful place. I, didn't know about the race riot. In fact, I was working. Had finished college. Was working before I ever found out about the race riot. They kept it that well hidden from us. Then I found out that a couple of my relatives had actually, well, they were children, but they witnessed some of the,
Wow, some of the massacres.
So it was like really something. But, still, there were all of these different businesses down on Greenwood, and it made you want to have your own business. Now, there was a lot of segregation going on. My parents kind of sheltered us from a lot of that. So I didn't know how bad it was. But anything that you really wanted to get, you could pretty much go down to Greenwood, and you could get that.
So what were the challenges that your father had faced? I noticed that you were telling me a story a little bit earlier about your father working at a car dealership. Like, can you tell me that story?
Well, my father worked for Bill White Chevrolet. And since he worked for the Chevrolet company, he was, afforded the opportunity to purchase a car. So we always had a car. I had no idea what a big deal that was. And then I heard some people saying to him, weren't he afraid, to be driving his car to work? Because back then, there were people who had Cadillacs and really luxury cars, but they didn't drive them to work because, white people would, really be jealous of you and would fire you. So my father said, well, since I work for the company, they afforded me the opportunity to buy this car, so they don't have a problem with me driving the car to work. So, that's when I began to question what is going on and why do we have to do some of the things we have to do. And then I began to ask questions. I was a very inquisitive child. And, I asked some of my aunts and uncles, what's going on here? They began to share with me some of the things that they had to go through, the things that they had to hide, how hard it was really for them to purchase things and live the good life and, not be able to share it with the world. So it was, it was just one of those times. So my father, of course, it was a little different for him. His parents both died when he was 3 years old. So he always wanted us to, and his siblings raised him, but he always wanted us to have a life that was a little bit more, well, a lot more than what he had.
Yes.
And it was just a different thing because the street, I lived on Quaker, which was right off of Apache. And in that little 2-block area, there was a father in every home. I didn't know that it didn't exist everywhere. I thought this was just a natural thing. And so, of course, I was a graduate of college and getting my first job when I found out that was something that was unusual. There were, people who came from broken homes, because my parents were together for 44 years. So it was like, wow.
Yeah. To see what other people deal with and go through. Yeah, that definitely is a huge challenge. So with Black Wall Street and what you saw, what it was then and what it's becoming now, what do you think is the difference between then and now as far as the education and what's being built?
Wow. That's a loaded question. A very loaded question. And I guess because one of the things that I found out only 2 weeks ago was that Greenwood has been redistricted. It used to be a part of District 1. It's no longer a part of District 1, which really bothered me because we have been for years trying to encourage people to set up your business on Greenwood. thinking that the money, the revenue, would come back to our community, but it does not. That revenue goes to downtown Tulsa.
Wow.
And I don't think a lot of people know that. So that really bothers me that we no longer really what I call own our street, which is Greenwood. I mean, when you think about the Gap Band, Greenwood, Archer, I mean, we don't own that anymore. Now, I'm not really sure how far down they come,
Yeah.
but still, to know that they took that away from us and they're taking more and more away from us. And I'm curious to know exactly where the boundary lines are.
Yeah. That gerrymandering happens a lot, and it's quite often where they redistrict and restructure a lot of those areas. So, and we have no clue about it. There's some people that just don't do the research and find out more about it. But with the youth and resurgence that's happening today, do you see a positive thing happening within the community as far as Black Wall Street?
Sure.
What do you see?
Well, I'm waiting for more and more buildings to be built for our youth. It would be wonderful for us to be able to go down on Greenwood and have activities. Now, of course, we have the cultural center, but that's something that has to be planned out, and it's a little
because
bit
it's
different.
muted.
I would like to see buildings
There's not
there
gonna be
where
any
you
sound.
can
Look.
access those buildings, and I can remember growing up. There was a skate rink. There was a bowling.
This isn't even live
We had
anymore.
theaters.
I mean, this is
In North
supposed to
Tulsa.
be showing.
So,
It's not showing.
I'd like to see those
that's
things
behind.
come back, so we don't have to go all the way south in order to participate in those things. Yeah, so those the kind of things that I would like to see happen. Not sure how it's going to happen, or the space that it's going to happen in, because they've pretty much taken all of that away. But it would be wonderful if that could come back.
That would be an amazing thing if we could have those recreational type of things in our
I'll check
community.
it right down my
All
phone.
right, who was your mentor growing up as far as with the woman you have become today, outside of your mom and dad? But like, who mentored you, and who did you cling to when you grew older?
No one.
No? Okay. Honest question. I mean, honest answer, should I say? Honest answer. And are you looking at mentoring now, or like just working and being a support, in certain areas? What's your lane? Mentoring or just more being a support?
Right now, I am retired. Before that, my last employment was as a mentor for women who were being released from prison. So that gave me an opportunity to see a whole different lifestyle, something that I had never been exposed to. It was quite a learning for me.
I can imagine.
Knowing the things that they had been through, and now getting out of prison, trying to help them get back on their feet and housing, getting their children back. Just the whole ramification of it was just something that was just like, wow. But it was a great experience for me. Before that, I've been a drug and alcohol counselor, and worked in the schools with our kids with drug prevention. So it's always been those things.
See, you've always been in the pocket of supporting in different ways, but you go into spaces that most people aren't really thinking of, and you really go in and you support and help people and mentor, but you find a way, things that bring you joy in doing those things, and I appreciate that about you. And you're a true leader in the community too. And in your thought process, you don't always go with the flow of what everybody else thinks. You think for yourself and you ask the right questions to be like, well, let's think about this. So I appreciate that about you. And so with what happened with Black Lives Matters, it was actually printed out on the street or painted on the street, and the fact that we we as a community really are working to protect, Greenwood as
It's
a
delayed.
whole.
It's
Do you
always gonna be a
think
little
that
delay.
Greenwood needs as much as
Yeah, it might be
protection
some
as
sort
it
of
does,
Facebook.
or
Because you normally don't do
should we
that.
just continue to do what we
Don't
do?
need to be like this.
I think Greenwood needs a lot of protection. I was extremely upset that someone would come in the middle of the night and do that kind of damage to something. And most of the people who are against that being written on, they've never been down in Greenwood. They know absolutely nothing about the area. So yeah, it needs to be protected. I think that the words need to stay there forever. It needs to be there. That's ours. It belongs to North Tulsa. So I want to see it stay there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you're a fighter, and that's what I love about you too. With you saying that needs to stay there. What are some things that the next generation needs to focus on in the fight? Like, what should we be the support of? What would you
Sorry,
say?
you guys, we got to turn this camera.
Okay. What is the next generation need to do?
First of all, they need to know their history. They need to know exactly what's happened. If you don't know your history, then you can't really do anything about your future. So they need to listen to their elders. They don't really listen to what we have to say. They need to listen and know their history so that they can move forward, so that they'll know what we had, so that they can gain that again.
True. So what you're saying is that history can help to change our whole trajectory if we just took the time to really look at the history of Black Wall Street and Black people in America in general. So, what being from Tulsa, what are the things that you love about Tulsa?
Wow, now that's a deep question. I guess mainly because I've always thought about Tulsa being safe. It's not like the big cities where it's pretty dangerous. Sure, crime's going to happen. I don't care where you are. There are always going to be people who are going to do wrong. But as far as being safe, I've always felt safe, even though I live in North Tulsa, and I would not move for anything in the world. I have had colleagues who ask me, "Why do you live in North Tulsa? Why don't you move south? You can afford to do it." And I'm like, I love North Tulsa. The only thing I don't like about North Tulsa is, our food desert situation.
Yeah.
But,
You pick up there. Yeah.
But then I can remember when we had grocery stores. I can remember when around the corner from me, there was PV's grocery store. There was another grocery store across the street. I mean, we could walk to the grocery store. So there were grocery stores
Everywhere.
Right.
Wow.
Right. So they were black-owned grocery stores.
Yeah.
So it just really bothers me that we don't have them now.
Yeah.
They closed them all and everybody moved away.
Yeah.
Now I have to go all the way to 50th Street in order to get some decent groceries.
And urban removal did a lot of damage to our community as far as all the businesses. I remember Shabazz Fish on Apache and Peoria. They had that big building over there, and they had like some restaurants, but they knocked all those buildings down. And so that was the thing that really challenged us as a community, was the fact that the next generation didn't get to see the buildings or the structures, the edifices of all of the former buildings. The cookie plant that we see on Apache, you see that, but we don't really get any history about that. It's just a big white building that just sits in the corner,
That we walk down to and
get some cookies. My mom told me all the time, she was like, "Hey, we just go down there just to get some cookies," And so those type of things that were in the neighborhood that made it feel like a neighborhood was just people just being people, and kids can go get cookies at the cookie factory. That made it a neighborhood, and so it wasn't always just a place of violence and all those other things, but there was a strategic plan to remove a lot of just the foundational things in our neighborhood. What do you see? I mean, what with that urban renewal? How has that affected North Tulsa?
Urban renewal almost destroyed North Tulsa. They said that they were coming in to help us, but they didn't. What they did was they displaced a lot of your elderly who owned their own homes. They told them they were going to give them this money, which they did give them money, but it wasn't enough for them to purchase another home in another area. So they were just like, what am I going to do? I know I had an aunt that lived, wow, it was right off, it was on, I can't think of the street, but it was right off of Peoria, and she had not only her home, but on the side of her, she had a duplex that she rented out, and behind her house was another little house that she rented out. Well, and that was her source of income. Well, when they told her she had to move, they would not give her enough money to, replace that income, and which was really, that was the hardest thing for us, trying to find her a new home and not having enough money to, put her, well, we finally found something over in Skyline, but you can imagine the price that was so different.
Say what?
Yeah, so that's what they did to us. There were lots of people that they did that to. It was horrible. So,
well, how can people research you and find you, or are you social media savvy? What do you think? How can people reach you? How can they find out more?
well, right now, since I'm retired, they can. But I've just recently, like last week, accepted a job with Jackie, who's opening up a staffing agency. It's going to be the very first Black-owned staffing agency in Tulsa. So I'm going to be managing that for her, and I will be out finding contractors and clients. So pretty soon, when we get it all together, they will be able to contact me that way, because I will be looking for people who need jobs and looking for employers who need employees.
Got you. So make sure you remember this face and this name right here, because she's going to be the one that's going to be able to help to put food on your table alongside Jackie. So make sure you remember this face and this name. And of course, just like I have everyone do, if you could share some words of wisdom, love, or encouragement, what would that be to the audience?
I would say, never stop fighting. Just keep it up. Never stop.
Never stop. Just continue to fight. And thank you. Let's give her a hand, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate learning about it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we'll be back here in just a moment. We're going to have the tutorial on makeup. In the meantime, with Tia Mason. She's coming up here in just moments as well. And we just learned about Greenwood and what it was and what it's going to become, man. And I just appreciate you, all right? Thank you.
You are welcome.
Appreciate it. You are excellent. You're easy to interview. Yes, ma'am.
bend forward. What is this bend? What is this bend?
It's just not tight.
How do you tighten it?
I think it's broken.
Tell it I'll move.
No, that's me. Hey, how are you?
She's muted.
Hey, Miss Mason, how are you?
Tell it to unmute.
You can go ahead and unmute if you could. See you in here. Ask her to unmute. Hey, are you there?
Yeah, that's right. It looks
There you
good.
are.
Better,
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Good, how are you?
Good. So
I don't know.
I see you.
Okay. I don't know what was going on. I couldn't hear you. And you were frozen.
Oh, okay. So we were having
And
a big debate here. We wanted to know how to pronounce your first name.
Ty.
Ty. Okay.
Yes.
Ty. Okay, Ty.
Did Miss Jackie say, why do I keep letting her call me Tia?
Yeah.
She calls me Tia all the time. And I told her, Ty. All right, Ty.
Cool. Okay. So, welcome. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem.
So, are you gonna do a tutorial on yourself, or how do you want to formulate this?
It's going to be on myself. I'm going to do a quick, natural, everyday face for everybody. I get a lot of questions on like the perfect makeup for every day, so I just figured that'd be a great way to go.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's go ahead and get started here. We'll just kick it off. Okay, hey, welcome. It's your boy Moto Hometown here at the Black Economic Expo, and I have a phenomenal guest, man. I think everybody in Tulsa knows her, man. A beautiful woman, phenomenal woman, and she's here to educate us and give us a tutorial on how to do makeup, man, and how to have that natural look. So, everybody, let's welcome Ty Mason. Everybody, make some noise. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
So well. So, before we get started, I wanted you to introduce yourself in totality so people, they feel like that they know you, but now we have the opportunity to get to know you from your perspective.
Yeah, so my name is Ty Mason. I'm a makeup artist here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've been doing makeup about a little over 7 years now, and I love it. This is one of my passions. I grew up with a makeup artist for a mother, so this is something that has just come naturally.
I love it. Well, go ahead. We'll give you the reins, and you can go ahead and lead us in what you want to show us.
Perfect. Okay, let me make sure just want to make sure my camera doesn't fall over here.
Okay.
She muted. She hit mute.
No, she froze.
No, she just hit mute. She just muted herself when she touched the phone.
No, I was.
All right. And Ty, you have to unmute yourself. I think you muted yourself. So go ahead.
We froze.
Good Lord, Zoom, Lord help me. Okay, so I guess everything I just said, nobody heard. Okay, so here we go. So before I start my makeup, I like to cleanse my face with micellar water
Already done.
and I moisturize.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Okay, perfect. I like to cleanse my face and moisturize before I start any face, even on my clients. So I'm gonna start going with my brow pencil. This is the L'Oreal Brow Stylist Definer. And I'm just going to fill my brows in really lightly. This is in the shade Brunette. So I'm just going to fill my brows in. I'm going to start with the spoolie. And I'm going to brush my brows upward just so I know where to fill my brows in and where not to go so dark. Hopefully you guys can see. And I'm going to start by lining the bottom.
Just like a mama, boy.
Very lightly. And I'm doing just light strokes here because I don't want it to be too dark and overpowering. I wish I had some music going on in the background. I feel like it's really quiet and boring. Hopefully you guys can see.
She's using that for a mirror.
Cover my face up too much.
She got it. She moved to the side.
Now I'm just going to brush the product through so it's not too intense. Again, we're going for a natural, everyday look, so we want it to be super lightweight. Another thing I like to do, or another reason I like to cleanse and moisturize before I put any makeup on is the pencil. Whenever you're doing brow product, it just seems to glide on better because you got a good foundation. So I'm just creating hair strokes with my brow pencil. So I'm taking my brow pencil and going upward from the bottom up.
Yeah, that's what she said. She was like, I should put some music in my background. But I don't think she was prepared for that.
Then you won't be able to hear her when she talks.
There's that. I haven't cut it out yet, so I know it looks kind of funky. But once I clean it up and cut it out, it'll look a little more polished. So now I'm just going to do the same thing to the other side. Again, I just want to reiterate that these are really lightweight strokes. This pencil is very pigmented. All brow products are very pigmented, so you want to be really light in the hands whenever you're applying your brow product.
Snacks.
And if it looks kind of scarce in some areas, that's okay. You want to make sure your brows are light and fluffy. So you can just brush the product through and even it out throughout the brows. Sometimes I like to go up top of my brows arch and just kind of fill that in to create a higher arch just because I like an arched brow. Okay, Next, I'm gonna go in with some concealer. Go in with my shade. So there's an eyeshadow base that I use to underneath my eyeshadow that I use as a concealer because it's so thick and it's a full coverage eyeshadow base. So I use that as a concealer, and it's called the P. Louise eyeshadow base. This is what I use to cut my brows out with. I think that was a little dark. Let's see. And some people put it on the back of their hands to warm it up. And lately I've been liking to put it on the back of, like, on my palette. So then I'm just going to take a flat brush. It's pretty flat for the most part. Get it on both sides of the brush. So I'm not getting too much on the brush, if you can see there. Not getting too much on the brush, but I am making sure that there's product on either side. And I'm just going to clean up or cut my brows. Might have missed. Totally fine to just go back in with your brow pencil and fill those areas in. This is why makeup takes so long in life. Some people are like, too many steps, I can't do it. Makeup should be fun and about what you like to do. So I encourage everyone to try to learn how to do your brows and do your own makeup. It's really, for me, it's therapeutic and it's a lot of fun. So I'm just cleaning up top very gently. I'm laying the brush flat against my face and just cleaning up top. And this concealer dries down really quickly, so I have to move pretty quickly so it doesn't like stay. It's really good about staying in place. So when you're working with concealer that's really good about not creasing or anything like that, you gotta move quickly because if you try to blend it out, it will not blend down if you wait too long. So keep that in mind whenever you're trying to blend down makeup or any concealer or anything like that. When you're working with a long wear concealer or foundation, you gotta move quickly. You can let it set. It's good to let it sit for a couple seconds. But if you wait too long, it will not move, and you don't want that. You don't want to walk around with unblended brow concealer or unblended concealer or foundation. Another rule of thumb is if you don't know how long to extend your brow tail out, just take it in the corner of your eye and just mark the pencil. Alright, same thing to the other side. I'm moving quickly, but normally I would spend about 25 minutes on my brow. That's just me. I'm somewhat of a perfectionist, so sometimes it takes me a while. But today we're not going to do that. And I'm going to pull the product down, if you can see me pulling that product down, so that it's not so focused in one area. Another thing with doing your makeup, you have to be flexible, because you'll find yourself doing a whole bunch of crazy positions. So another product I like to use because I like the fluffy but polished eyebrow is a brow gel. So I do this after I do my brows. I fill them in, I cut them out. See my brows? A pretty beat. I take a brow gel, and this is the L'Oreal Brow Stylist. It's the same as the brow pencil. This is the Brow Stylist Definer. This is the Brow Stylist Boost and Set Eyebrow Gel, or an eyebrow mascara, as they call it. And I usually use the clear, but everywhere I went, they were out of clear, so I just got the brunette. But I lightly brush my brow hairs upward and over, and it gives my brows a very fluffy look. So they look full and thick. This is my favorite brow product. Like, I love this brow gel. And it's inexpensive. It's drugstore.
Sorry.
So far, everything I've used is drugstore. So you can find these products at Walgreens or Walmart or CVS, wherever you go. Take this spoolie just a little bit and brush some of that product through so it's not so dark. For the brows. So now I'm going to move on to foundation. Hold on one second, I got my primer. Oh, my primer. So this is my favorite primer. This is the e.l.f. the Poreless Putty Primer. Another drugstore product. think a lot of people think that makeup has to be like all these high-end primers and or foundations or whatever. And drugstore, they're coming out like Maybelline and all these drugstore brands are really coming up. So this is what it looks like on the inside. It kind of looks like putty. It's got a really thick consistency, and so I just dab it in, like where my nose is, where I would have like problem pores, like where my pores would be the biggest. I would just dab it in. Everywhere else, I just smooth it all over my face.
Ooh, tie.
And I use a lot. I don't know about anybody else, but I use a lot of primer. And one trick that I found out, I don't rub my primer all the way in. I just I rub it in and just like, see how it looks. It just kind of looks like it's sticky. I have found the foundation sticks better, it lasts longer, it doesn't settle into my skin, it sits right where it's supposed to. Take these out so I don't get any makeup on them. So now I'm going to use, these are two of my favorite foundations. This is called Beauty Bakery. This is a black-owned makeup brand, and I absolutely love this. This is called, like, everything on her line is like bakery inspired. So this is called the Instabake Aqua Glass Foundation. This is in the shade 321W, and it's a little darker than what I normally wear, but that's because my highlight so bright, like under my eye, my highlight is so bright, and I'll show you that in just a second. So I go a little darker just so everybody knows to see this thing. I'm also going to use just a little bit of the P. Louise base that can also be used as a concealer, also be used as foundation, so on and so forth. So use just a little bit of that. And my favorite thing to do is I don't just dip my foundation brush in the foundation right away. I take a brush and I kind of like paint it on. Start at my jawline. Sorry if my voice sounds a little raspy. I've been at work and talking all day. So I just paint it on again. This is how I get my foundation. And this is a good way to get like a flawless finish. Instead of just dipping your brush in your foundation when you squeeze it out on the back of your hand or whatever, this is a good way to warm it up and to get a flawless finish. Just by painting it on. And something that I've been doing as well, neat tips and tricks, is I just let the foundation sit for a little bit just to oxidize, to see if I need to add a different shade or just to get it to set. And then I add a lighter concealer right underneath my eye, on the sides of my nose. And then I go in the corners of my eye And one reason I do this is because it makes the eye look more open versus doing a little triangle that everybody does. I just highlight right under here and right under here. And it's going to make my eye look more bright, look more open versus looking so droopy with the other technique.
That stuff is too much sugar for me. Caffeine.
I got a friend who that's all he drink.
That's a tough life.
When I drink it, I have to drink like 2 big cups of water.
Really?
Come on, sweet.
Flush it out. Yeah.
And the mic is muted.
Do you like my flavor? Not this one.
I just set my head down. I'm
So
waiting
just
on
putting
y'all.
a lighter foundation
Huh?
in the areas that you would normally highlight. So nose, eyes, forehead, chin, lip, all that kind of stuff. So now I'm going to take my Insta Foundation brush, Instapop face brush. This is a great foundation brush. I think it's absolutely amazing.
It's too much makeup.
Just a teeny bit more.
Yeah. But still, yeah. Is it Mountain Dew or like what's your?
My main one is cherry Pepsi.
Cherry Pepsi? Oh, that's classic. Cherry Pepsi, they still sell that? Really? I don't remember that as a kid, but I guess it's still popular. They still sell it. Wow. It like
They
research.
have a vanilla Pepsi now.
Really?
It's good too. All the Q-tips have it.
Oh yeah, that's what you choose. Okay.
See, I like Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper's good.
And they have cherry vanilla.
Oh.
But I don't drink pop anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't try it.
Definitely.
Carry me, stop. I've been trying to get out of it. I've been trying to. What time the band need to start? What time does the band need to start? Practice.
And just before they go on, they wanted to do a test of the audio.
So she can stay on long, or what's the time frame she needs to?
Well, it's 4:15 now. That's what time we was planning on going out.
Correct.
Anytime after she gets finished, we can bring them in the room and check
So
it
that
out.
same brush that I used to blend out the concealer under my brows, I'm going to use that. This is the Real Techniques setting brush. It looks like a large eyeshadow brush, but it is absolutely amazing. I love this brush. You can probably hear my 4-year-old son outside playing. Making sure that you get all of the places, like above your brows, you cover those. See why I like this brush, everything looks so flawless. That's why it's one of the best selling foundation brushes in the market. So just so you can get a better look. This is what it looks like. It's the RT202. So if you go to realtechniques.com and look up the Instapop face brush, this is what you will find. Everything is set. Blend it down. I'm going to blend a little bit of this concealer over my eyelid, just so that doesn't look bare.
Dream Center.
Trying to remember the name.
Oh. It's just like, you know, we got on too much. Maybe it's just too much. I don't like all that makeup. I hate all that makeup. All that makeup on.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
A lot of the cakey look.
Yeah.
Well, that's a natural. That's more of a natural look.
Is it?
Most people, yeah, man.
That's
It takes some
natural?
people. Yeah, it takes some people to just.
That's
It
not
depends.
natural then.
No, I'm not talking about her. That's
Oh.
natural, because she gonna be quick. I'm talking about.
So next I'm going to set all of my makeup
Oh, yeah.
with the Sasha Buttercup
I'm not a fan of
powder. I don't know if
that either.
you all have heard that, but that is another black-owned business.
Cute.
And her powders are amazing.
I mean,
so
you get it on and then you
this is
kind
what
of
it looks like.
Yeah.
I
blend
have
it
this
in,
and I
but
have
some girls be
a
going
translucent one. I like
Overboard.
Yeah.
the Buttercup
Just not my
better.
I didn't start putting it
She
on
sells
because
one with no color, which is the white translucent powder.
Yeah.
But the Buttercup is absolutely amazing.
Yes. Yeah, it's like.
So I'm just going to take a little bit of it on my brush,
Yes. I love that.
very lightly. And I've never been the type to bake, so I don't like how it looks kind of
Women that have that, and then you look on the back, and it's just like a totally different color. It's like, that's not.
and set and blend the powder in.
Yeah, uneven tone. You're right.
There we go.
Yeah, turn up. It's on now.
You still have to. I don't know why it resets like that. When you go back on, you just have to turn your video on.
Oh, okay.
What time?
419.
Everywhere that I put concealer to highlight,
Sexy football league.
She muted because tell them kids to shut up.
Well, to be professional, you have to. You at the house.
so under my lip or under my nose, on my lip. So I'm gonna go back with this brush, and I'm just gonna make sure that everything is melted in, everything is blended, it looks flawless.
Maybe that's what I was waiting on. That's
So
what I
a
was
little
talking
bit
about.
of powder that kind of fell down my face, so I'm just gonna use that to set the rest of my face. So now that everything is set, I'm going to use my Hydromat Fixing Spray. That makeup. Let everything melt together and get acquainted. Love on each other. And then I'm going to put on some mascara. So again, this is an everyday look. I don't always like to wear lashes every day. So I like to put on mascara. So one of my favorite mascaras is
a
from,
natural look.
believe it or not, Walgreens. And it is the Wet n Wild Mega Volume. So I'm just going to throw a little bit of that on. Sorry, I have a chihuahua and he thinks that he is our alarm system. Anytime anybody walks by, he's barking. That's it right there. He thinks he's bigger than what he is. He's got little dog syndrome. Okay. So again, I'm gonna throw some mascara on just very quickly. Give my eyes a little pop. One thing about this mascara is it dries very slowly, so you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
But it's one of my favorite mascaras. Okay, there's that. Throw on a little bit of gloss. Again, this is just a quick everyday fun face. Hold on one second. I'm gonna put some gloss on so y'all can see. Let's see, where's my gloss? It's hiding. Oh, here it is. So I'm gonna line my lips very lightly with one of my favorite. This is the NARS. It's in the color Kenya. It's a lip liner.
She's a makeup artist.
Oh, is she? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she said she's been doing it for like 7 years.
Oh, yeah. I remember just seeing her around though.
Didn't do too much. If you want to add some bronze, you can, because this is just a quick everyday. There we go.
Girl, you did that amazingly. Your face is beat. I love it.
I can bear. Hold on, I can't.
All right.
There we go. I think I can now. There we go.
I'm saying your face is beat, girl. You look amazing. By the way. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I love your guard dog and your babies and everybody.
I know. So sorry. My guard dog is like this big.
Yeah.
And he thinks that he's just this big bulldog.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Let's give her a hand, everybody. She did a phenomenal job.
Thank you so much for having me on. I enjoyed you all.
Yes.
You guys are awesome.
Absolutely. I love the natural look. And how can people reach you and get their face to look like yours?
So I have a website where I take my bookings. It's TaiBbeauty.com. You can follow me on Instagram. It's also TaiBbeauty_. And on Facebook, my name is Ty Mason.
Love it.
Yes.
And thank you, Ty, so much for taking the time out to share so much with us. And I know that I've heard and sort of witnessed your work in the community. And just thank you so much for pouring in so much within our community. So thank you again. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll definitely see you again sometime soon, okay?
Absolutely. You guys take care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up, guys, we have some more for you. We actually have Salty is coming up here in just a moment. We're going to have live performances coming up very, very soon. So make sure you stick around for Salty with Demetra Tyler. And she has 3 guests that are performing today. We're going to get our sound check up and everything going, and we're going to come back with you guys. But make sure, again, make sure you go on YouTube and make sure you subscribe to the Black Economic Expo, and that's where you are going to be able to get all the updated content videos and to see the whole weekend and everything that we did here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I really appreciate you guys for joining us here for a little while. So we're going to get some music bumping until we can get things started on our next performance. So we got to get the stage set up, and we'll be definitely right back here with you guys. So make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. This is the Black Economic Expo 2020 right here in
She likes seafood. She likes seafood. She likes what's that? She put shrimp in it. I don't know what it is, but they.
I got some. I can bring some shrimp. I got the extra large. Just put what else in it? Just ain't cooking shit. Like, look, I'm gonna be getting a couple plates. Look, I'm gonna bring the food for you to cook, so you don't think I'm be free though.
You have to talk to her.
I'm just saying, I'm like, yeah, I told you, I said, hey, sister, here my food.
She will fall.
I say, I'm grateful because I'm gonna bring the food. I ain't gonna be trying to come and beat you out. Me and James are gonna be like, me and Lily can share.
She likes to cook. I don't like to cook.
As soon as this done, we gonna start planning for November. You know, but we ain't gotta work. I mean, you know, right now, I'm just gonna maybe get the flyers going. Black Friday online. Bye Black. So,
I wonder if anybody made any money.
supposed to do it. Yeah, Josh was making money because the thing is, people wasn't tuning in to this. You'll see people tuning in, but then they might be contacting them themselves. I don't know, but I wanted to buy something natural that one girl. I've been buying she ain't even logged in. I have tried to reach her. She hasn't even responded to my Facebook today. She didn't log in yesterday. None of them has called me. The few, because I didn't have that many people. So I might have had 7 or whatever, but 2, Joyce and one other lady. The sheet lady, I sent emails and I said, you give me emails? She said yes. And that was it.
And she paid.
I called and left messages to local.
Did she pay?
Yeah, they paid $150. They paid their vendor fee, but they didn't show up. Kimberly, Kim, I sent a message on Facebook. Curly called, and I sent email. No response. So I don't know if they. I hope they okay. Because that ain't like Kimberly. Because Kimberly normally be our vendor. She does the down to the steel business. Yeah. But this first time, she's never responded to them.
Because you would think if they didn't know how to do it.
Correct.
They would have
Yeah, they could log in. The
said,
login that I gave you, you would have responded.
yeah.
I get nothing. I haven't got nothing but 2. One lady in LaShawn McBride, she's an African and she's in Houston. And she was contacting me all up until like maybe a couple of weeks ago. I haven't heard from her, but I still did my part is send an email letting them know what time to log in, all the logins for each day. And then Carolyn left a message. So I did my responsibility. But if they couldn't log in, I'm few. But yeah, they got my contact, they got my phone number. Nobody ain't, there's no messages because I keep checking. So hopefully them 2 is fine.
They write it out.
Yeah.
Hearts open wide as the sky. We live too high. Hands up, hearts open wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. Hands up, hearts open wide.
She testing it out?
Yeah. We lift you higher. We lift you higher. Hands up, hearts open wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. Let all the other names fade away. Let all the other names fade away. Till there's only you. Let all the other names fade
I thought something was a stage play.
Jesus.
made it. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Instagram, Facebook Live, YouTube. We are all streaming live all over the world, and we're so excited to have you guys here today. We have Salty is in the building. Let's make some noise for Salty, everybody. Yes. So, we would like to introduce to you, this is the very first time to ever be on this platform here at the Black Economic Expo, and we're so excited to have Salty here. So, let's see who all is in the building. Salty, y'all there? Yep. Did y'all go on break? Salty. There we go. We got somebody in the building. All right. So, once again, we wanted to thank you guys for joining us here, and we're going to get started right here with Salty. So, let's make some noise one more time for Salty, everybody, and Mr. Mitra Tyler. Yeah! It's all on you. Alright, and once again, make sure you go on to all social media platforms. You can go on YouTube. You can go on to Facebook and also Instagram at the Black Economic Expo. And we're here. We're so excited to have this platform here today for all of us focused on mental health, mental wealth. I mean, just physical, everything right here. And today we have Salty. So we're going to get started right here with our phenomenal band. It's 1 of 4, so enjoy. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, welcome to the Black Economic Expo edition of Salty. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We had a few technical difficulties, but we are here now. How many of you know, even though it's 2020 and we're in a pandemic, we still have some blessings that are coming for the rest of this year? Somebody say blessings. Touch the person in the house with you, say blessings. Come on, y'all, let's hit it. We got some wonderful artists on tonight. I can't wait for you to hear them all. Please, while you're in there at home, come on and join on with us. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. One more time. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around,
How long they supposed to book on?
blessings. Every time I turn around,
How long they supposed to go?
blessings on blessings. The favor of the Lord rests upon me. In my hands, I have more than
Just like computer glitches like that happens though. You know,
surely goodness and mercy.
1 minute it's there, 1 minute it's gone.
Yeah.
And there was an audio dropout. He had to unplug his sound card and plug it back in.
Really?
Yeah, so he's using a black magic to get his camera feed.
Oh, okay.
And so the black magic has a earphone port on it. So they're coming out of the mixer and into the black magic with the audio and the video. It's just one of these right here. Which is cool, but you still gotta have some real, like, it's good for video, but it's not good for audio until you process the audio. You gotta separate that. I like to have all black magic gear.
Yeah, expensive.
But there's this rig at Performance Stage. It's got the whole thing. But it's like $750. So take it out.
Too bad, is it? I mean, I know it ain't
It's
just
not
about
at
the
the
budget.
gig. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thousands.
You know what I'm saying? But it's two hard drive recorders. You can mix 6 cameras. I can pull up these feeds right into the button, hit a button.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's the whole production studio in one rack. I think I'm gonna get it next time.
You are? Yeah. Oh.
Oh, next show.
You didn't get any yourself for next as far as this. I mean, so we budget.
I'm talking about for her.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for her next one.
Okay. So I'm saying like the way that we got this.
Come on and say blessings. Come
But
on and say blessings.
we
Come
was
on and
supposed to
say
meet yesterday and talk about all that, but he was tied up.
Monday there.
He was tied up in his car. Was tied up. Wait, Frank. He said that we got the budget for season 2. That's what he said. He said me and you was the first deal. So we'll see. That's all we said.
Yeah.
But Charles was pretty busy lately.
Yeah. With Matthew and
Yeah, they always got something going on. The Mitchell sound like she sounds good.
Every time I turn around, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings and blessings.
good, but we'll be prepared.
Every time I turn
I
around,
heard,
blessings.
hopefully on the next one.
Hallelujah. Glory to God. How many of you still looking for your blessings? Hallelujah. The number 8 represents new beginnings, and we're in the 8th month of the year. So how many of y'all looking for some new beginnings? Hallelujah. Glory to God. As a matter of fact, I'm in a new beginning with you looking at here. It is Real Studio, which is my new beginning. This is a new studio. Looking out for it. Stay tuned. So we get ready to get started. I'm so excited to bring our first artist up tonight. He was actually recommended to me by a friend named Renisha, and she said, you have to check out Artist MD. And when I'm telling you, I so enjoy his work. And I know you will too. And I asked him, I said, Artist MD, I said, what does the MD actually stand for? Believe it or not, more entertainment, more people. So he's like Superman. He's a poet at night and he saving lives in the daytime. So please, show your love for Artist
With
MD.
the Wowzer and the Black Magic, the Wowzer strengths to all the platforms, like what we was using for the show. I think it's subscription based.
She they just moving.
So thanks for having me over here. Thank you. So I'm just gonna share a couple poems with you. One is, I think, one of the first poems I wrote. So yeah, I got trained as a doctor, and then out of nowhere, God started telling me I was an artist a few years ago. So I surrendered to it, ended up doing poetry. So this is one of the first ones I wrote.
You still want to do it here, try out.
This basically was my story in like a couple minutes. Who I am comes from who I was.
Poetry.
I was raised in Sin City, which is appropriately named. Learned to love money, sex, power, and fame. Vegas has beautiful hotels and people the same, perfect facade. But peek inside and see the wallpaper of pain. I sought perfection in every endeavor. Work harder, better and better.
Yeah, I
But
got
this was
all
all
of
that was
that.
good enough, but there was no pleasure.
Unless
Unless I was top of the class and with the homies most clever. I didn't know who I was. Teenage boy lost with no plan. Learning life from a mother, so I looked to thugs and Tupac to show me how to stand. Don't open your heart, son, but exploit whoever's you can. And if you can drink and fight and get women, well, that makes you a man. What kind of identity is that? But who I am isn't just who I was. I studied to be a doctor, honestly, to see if I could hang. I always did well on tests, was just given a good brain, but in medical school, Jesus found me, and it was insane. I heard the gospel one night, woke up the next day, changed. My sin was gone. Replaced by this peace that I had never known, free from guilt and shame with the sense of being at home. A new father was there. He said I was his own. He told me that he loved me, and he changed my heart of stone. Gave me a new heart like his, soft and warm. Tenderness and love began to brew like a storm that would rain down one day on all those around me and specifically affect my future wife so profoundly. I died to my performance and exchanged it for peace. No longer needing to be the best, just wanting to serve the least. He made me hear a voice and he tells me what to speak. He shows himself powerful when I let myself be weak. Basically, I'm just a beggar who's been given bread, telling other hungry folks where they can get fed. I'm a doctor in need of healing who knows there's no ceiling on what God could do to transform a human being. I'm a covert artist with lyrics deep inside who's been longing to speak and release these rhymes. So thanks to Demetra T and all of y'all for this time.
Demetra, yeah.
So then I got, this is, the next one I'm gonna do is one of the last ones I've done, which, do you mind playing? Just like a little bit of keys and... So this one's a little heavier, but I wrote it after I saw all that happened with George Floyd. So it's called I Can't Breathe. I can't breathe. A neck compressed by an officer's knee. A picture of what it can be like to be black in America. I can't breathe. Would have been enough for the cop to stop if it were me, but alas, I'm white. I've got privilege.
Alright. Finally made it. Tulsa, Oklahoma,
Hey,
Instagram, Facebook, Live, YouTube. We're all streaming live all over the world, and we're so excited to have you guys here today. We have Salty is in the building. Let's make some noise for Salty, everybody. So, we would like to introduce to you. This is the very first time to ever be on this platform here at the Black Economic Expo.
Something's going on.
Oh, that's the guy on his side, though. That's on his side. We had to deal with that last time. There we go.
Y'all get down in the shelves with Cuba's payments.
That's on there.
Yeah, it's their end.
So I said,
there we go. We got somebody in the building.
get some hate for this.
So,
He just has to click off.
Join us here, and we're gonna get started right here with Salty.
Huh?
So let's make some noise.
I don't have his number. JB does.
JB, we need you.
Yo, JB.
I'm sorry on you.
I'm sorry.
The sound was playing like it did that delay, and I didn't have the guy's number to call him and tell him that delay, but now music is playing over. Yeah, it's a delay on the other side. But he has to end something on his side.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like a loop.
But didn't he have something where he cut it?
She sung it in he came up on.
Right. He's calling the Black Economic Expo, and we're here. We're so excited to have this platform here today for all of us.
Audio reload is coming back.
And today we have Salty Soul. We're going to get started
coming through
here.
OBS though.
It's one pure, so enjoy.
Can't.
All right, go ahead, whenever you're ready.
No, I want you. If you shut down OBS without us losing audio.
Hello, welcome to the Black Economic Expo edition of Salty. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We had a few technical difficulties, but we are here now. How many of you know, even though it's 2020 and we're in a pandemic, we still have some lessons that are common for the
Yeah,
rest
it's just a delay.